Are we good? I think we should be good, right? I think we're good. I think we're good. I did notice that, we had some drop frames, but not enough that, it sucked. Whoops. Whew. Just trying to think of, like, what else there needs to be done before I start talking. Okay. Alright. Hi, everybody. It's been a while, hasn't it? I know it's only been, like, a little over a month, but it feels like it's been the longest month. Much like how, March was last year. Actually, I think there is technically something I still need to do. Fuck. Sorry, I just need to send a message to someone real quick. Hey, Eric. Whoops. There we go. Just had to send a message real quick. Alright. There we go. Okay. Gotta get OBS up. Fuck. There. Okay. Oh, there's a lot happening. But before I go into my stuff, how has everyone been since the last time we were here? I might need to... Oh, frick. There we go. Okay, that should be good. Hopefully everyone's been doing good and all that. I know I've been doing okay. Like seriously, August was probably the longest month it felt like since March of 2020. Oh, that's good. He got a job. I might have my dad unemployed. My dad might be unemployed by the end of October. Because he's refusing to get a vaccine. And Walmart is forcing everyone to do it. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, what is so bad about getting a fucking vaccine? And it's like, I know some people may think that's like, my family are anti-vaxxers. They're not. It's just, I get the skepticism because it does seem a little suspicious, right? That at least that the government came up with this vaccine, right? Or actually not just one vaccine, 2 vaccines for COVID. Like, like a year when COVID started ravaging the country. And I understand the skepticism behind it. Like, I mean, I don't know whether or not the two vaccines have gone, I was gonna say through human testing, but you get what I mean. It hasn't have gone through the trials yet. But it's like, so I get the skepticism, but it's also like, it is just a fucking vaccine. It's just 2 shots. You know, it's just 2 shots. Yes, you're gonna get sick, but at least it's explained why you get sick after those shots. And it's like, it protects you from COVID. Albeit not the Delta, technically. But at least you're not gonna die from Delta if you get vaccinated, you know what I mean? So yeah, but unfortunately, like, everyone except me probably thinks thinks that, like, their right to choose whether or not they get vaccinated is being threatened. And it's like, bitch, it is one choice out of potentially thousands you'll ever make in your life. You know what I mean? You take away one choice out of that, and it's like, to me, it's like, isn't it just better to get vaccinated against this disease that has killed so many people over the last year? But unfortunately, I don't know how the fuck I'm going to... But unfortunately, I don't know how I'd be able to convince them to get vaccinated, because I don't think they're ever going to listen to me on that regard. And I don't want to get into a fight over a fucking vaccine. I don't know, maybe as horrible as this sounds, like, maybe when they, I mean, now granted, I don't know if this is going to be a thing, but maybe if every place they go to for employment states that you need to get the vaccine, maybe that's when they'll, like, give in, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like, realize, like, listen, you can't just opt out of it, like, this time, you know? It's like, you want to take care of the people in this house, you gotta get the vaccine if you want to get a job. So as horrible as that sounds, like, maybe they need to experience that job search hunt in order for the walls of stubbornness, because I think it is just stubbornness, if anything, along with skepticism, that'll get them to realize, fine, I'll get the fucking thing. You know, because it's like, I mean, honestly, I don't know what it's like. I'm not vaccinated. And I know I should. Don't get me wrong. I'd be a hypocrite if I said that they should get vaccinated, and I'm not. I plan on getting vaccinated at some point in the future, I just don't know when. But anyway, it's like... But anyway, it's like, I mean, the vaccines have been proven to be safe, right? You still just need to practice, like, the mask stuff, right? So, it should be fine. But who knows, like, maybe in October, the stubbornness and skepticism will melt away when there's no money coming in. So... Listen, alright? It sounds awful, but money matters! Anyway, so I don't want to focus on that. That's what's been giving me anxiety over the last day. Because it's like, I don't want these people to die. Like, granted, none of them have gotten COVID, thank fuck. Because I'm pretty sure that if my dad gets COVID, that's it. Like, that's it, And I don't like to face that possibility. But anyway, I need to talk about something else. So, what has happened? Yeah, yeah, unfortunately. It's like, yeah, it's like, listen, just get convinced by the lack of money. That's it. As horrible as it sounds, like, I think that'll be the one thing that would get them together. It's like, just fuck it, you know? But anyway, so what has happened for me over August that has made it feel like the longest month? Well, literally the weekend after the last stream, like literally like the weekend of August, Layla got sick. She got sick. Not with anything bad. It was just a bout of diarrhea, but it scared the fuck out of me because she had previously been acting fine all that week, and then that weekend was like, holy fuck, I had to clean up a lot of puddles of liquid poop. And I got scared because I was like, oh fuck, you know, because it's like the anxiety gets very bad, and especially because I was being reminded of our previous dog's death, because he also had diarrhea, except his had blood in it, whereas Layla's was just crap, you know, which was good. So yeah, that was terrifying. Like, seriously, I stayed, like, my sleep schedule got messed up because I was so worried about that puppy. And, because it's like, I had all but raised Layla, because it's like, we got her not even at 2 months old. Like, she was like a month, I think she was like a couple weeks off from being 2 months old. And I was pretty much her caretaker. Like, I've been the one that has been feeding her, not giving her water, but taking her outside. So pretty much, like, I had all but raised her. So in a way, she is like my kid. And of course, when you are a mentally ill, autistic adult who has anxiety, it's like, you're gonna worry over your kid. So that happened. She's fine now, by the way. Like, she is still the same dog as she's been for the last year, you know? She's fine, but that weekend was like, ugh. Especially because we couldn't take her to the vet right away because it was the weekend, and our particular vet doesn't open till Tuesday, and she had that crap happening to her on Saturday. So it's like, you know? So that happened that weekend. The weekend following that, we had a pretty bad thunderstorm, and lightning struck the house. Nothing caught on fire. But you want to know what did happen? My TV, my DirecTV receiver, and my Nintendo Switch all fried. And you may be wondering, how the fuck did that happen? I can't tell you! All I know is that lightning must have struck something, because it was lightning pretty bad. And the TV, the receiver, and my Nintendo Switch all got fried. Well, okay, let me rephrase the Nintendo Switch part. The charging dock got fried. The Switch itself is fine. But we didn't know immediately afterwards because the power had gone out. And so it's like, okay. I think that, yeah, it was pretty much a surge because we found out later on that because the way that I have my things, all that shit set up is that I have a wall outlet, right? The wall outlet is still working. And that's where the TV and another switch was plugged in. The other switch is actually a power strip. And that's where the receiver, the Nintendo Switch charging dock, the fan are all plugged up at, because I had too many because I didn't have enough outlets. And it turns out that on the power strip, there's actually like black soot around one of the outlets, I guess. And so that has to be evidence of a surge. And it fucking sucked, because it's like, fuck. That's where a lot of shit is. The fan was still working, believe it or not. The fan still works, and it's old and it's crap, but it still worked, but everything else got fried. And so I'm thinking, fuck. It's like, we did have replacement TVs, but unfortunately, like, my TV was a nice TV. It was it's the 4K, like, 30-something inch TV that my dad got for sale a few years ago, and that was great, but because it fried, the replacement TVs we had are the big-ass CRT TVs. And it's like, fuck. That happened. But the funny thing is that my stuff wasn't the only thing that got fried. My dad's receiver also got fried. His TV, thankfully, was saved. Oh, wait, no it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Wait, okay, wait. It was reversed. His TV got fried, but his receiver didn't fry. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. So yeah, his TV also got fucked. So, I was pissed when I woke up that day for the second time, because I was like, son of a bitch, you know? So, I had to tell my dad that day, that's like, by the way, shit got fried. And I was resigning myself to sleeping on the couch because, being the kind of person I am, I need background noise to help me sleep, because it helps. And obviously I'm not and I was gonna sleep somewhere else anyway, because the room is dark. The room is dark, and I'm terrified of the dark. So it's like, okay, I'll sleep up on the couch. And unfortunately, the couch is also not that great, because Layla has chewed it to hell and back. It's covered in dog hair. So I'm just like, okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And then later that night, Dad bought a new TV. It's Roku, which I've never had. And that currently got set up. In terms of the receivers, I thought I was going to have to wait till Monday in order to call DirecTV and be like, hey, can we get a replacement server or whatnot? But it turns out that my brother isn't using his receivers, so we just switched them around and it works just fine. So in terms of the 3 items, only the charging dock for my Switch still needs to be replaced. But honestly, I can wait a little bit on that, because I haven't played my Switch in over a year. So yeah, that has happened. That happened that weekend. So that's all the IRL stuff. In terms of gaming stuff, I got all the kids of Fate Birthright, and I'm not gonna lie, I actually like the kids in Fate better than Awakening's kids, and that is very hard. That was, like, surprising to me, because it's like, I love the kids for frickin', like, for Awakening. I love them. But it's like, the Fates kids have just endeared me to them. Even Rajat, the Thorja kid, the Thorja reincarnation kid. Like, it is surprising how she's, like, she's fucking, like, she is scary, but in that way that I'm like, holy fuck, if you weren't a kid, I'd find you so hot. I'd find you so hot. But, like, I mean, seriously, like, one of the worst things about Fates is that I can no longer hear the crit quotes as often as I would in Awakening. But when you do hear the crit quotes, they're amazing. Now, Rajat's is really good. Like, God, what was one of them? Like, I think one of my favorites is, like, I want to have your skull as a trophy or something. And I'm like, holy shit, that's metal as fuck, but I love it. But, in terms of, so yeah, I got all the kids for Birthright, I got all of them, and they have already been promoted to their advanced classes, so I just need to get them all, leveled up and all that, and of course, all their supports before I'm like, okay, let's finish the story. In terms of the story, in fact, I have made it to chapter 21, and that's where I was stopping for, in terms of the massive 200-hour grind that is the support and kid grinding stuff, you know? Because chapter 20 was when I would get unlimited master seals, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll wait for that then. And in terms of chapter 21, in terms of the story so far, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it's kind of making me really want to play Conquest, too. I mean, I don't have Conquest, but it's like, so I fought Leo, right? Corrin's little brother? I thought he was her older brother. The sibling dynamics are weird to me, because I don't know, like, where Corrin is placed in each of them. But yeah, I fought against Leo, and it's like, and it's like, Corrin and Leo's dynamic, right? Their relationship. I am like, I kind of want to see more of them in Conquest, because obviously you have Leo, you know, telling Corrin before the fight that, like, you know, that's like, oh, I hate you, sister, how could you do this, you know, my heart is cold, and all that. And then, of course, you have Corrin, you know, battling Leo, and it's like, you know, have you always hated me? And the line that really got to me was, because, you know, that's like, it was basically along the lines of, like, I've always loved you. And I'm like, fuck. Like, that got me. That fucking got me. You know, and then, of course, after the fight, and in the chapter stuff and all that, like, Corrin, you know, then it's like, you know, Leo then tells Corrin that, like, you know, that, no, he's never hated her, like, you know, that, yeah, he was always jealous of her because she would always get, Xander and Camilla's attention, but he never hated her, and I'm like, fuck, I really want to see these two more, but I gotta play Conquest for that. But I know that Conquest is going to be super hard because, unfortunately, I love to level grind. But from what I heard, Conquest doesn't have the free battles that Birthright does. And I'm like, shit! But you want to know what's funny? Is that it was also because of the chapter that I met my husband for Conquest. I'm a fucking furry. I'm a fucking furry! Because my fucking husband is Keaton! Because it's like... Listen, alright? I couldn't romance Panay. Yarnay would have been too fucking weird, because that's Panay's kid, and I'm like, that's weird. And I'm not interested in Caden. Caden's fucking hot! Not to mention, I spoiled myself on the love confession quote that he gets, and I'm like, fuck. I'm a fucking furry, I think! And not to mention, I kind of like the design of the wolfskin better than the kitsune, because the wolfkins look like Little Red Riding Hoods with the wolf with the red hoods, you know. And then of course I learned that Keaton's daughter Valoria is the most adorable fucking kid ever. And I'm like, I want her as a daughter! So yeah, that's my husband. So, God, the kids in that, my kids in that game, in that version of the game, are gonna be so weird. Because they're gonna be half dragon, and then wolf's kit, well, not half dragon, like, is Corrin considered half human, half dragon? I know for Kana, that's definitely, like, half human, half dragon, but is Corrin the same way? I mean, either way, like, Kana and Valoria in Conquest are gonna be dragon, wolfskin, and human. But listen, it's like, either way, Conquest is gonna be hard, but I think it's gonna be also rewarding. Because I'm like, I get to see more of these really nice sibling dynamics. So there's that. After Fates, I actually decided to replay Pokemon X. And I had been wanting to replay one of my other Pokemon games for like a while now. I just wasn't sure when would be the best time and all that, especially because I had just gotten Fates, and I was like, okay, I want to play that. But a couple weeks ago, I started replaying X, and it's been fun most of the time. Like, in terms of catching Pokemon, I've caught a lot more than I ever did when I was a kid, when I first played it in 2013. And for some reason, I've gotten better at catching them. And I'm like, catching is like one of the most frustrating things ever. But I have been getting that. But the funny thing is that equivalent exchange has happened to where I am super good at catching. I'm bad at battling, because I have gotten a lot more blackouts than I think I ever had in my first playthrough. So that has been a trade-off. It's been fun, but it's also been like, I'm going to throw my 3DS across the room and break it. Like, I actually got really mad one night because I was on the route to the Parfum Palace, and I was battling against a trainer with a Volbeat, and holy shit, I got so mad because the Volbeat had Confuse Ray, Tackle, Stun Spore, Double Team, and something else, like, and pretty much it's like, all of my Pokemon for that thing, died to confusion. It's like pretty much none of my hits would land, either because I would hit myself with them, or because the double team evasion rate was so high up. I got so fucking mad, I actually threw a book at a wall. Like, I slammed my 3DS down, I threw a book across the room, to the point that it actually made a dent in the wall. And I was so mad. Of course, I tried it a few minutes after I had calmed down, and I beat the shit out of it with my bird. 'Cause fuck you, Volbeat! And of course, I did the same thing to its partner further down the path with Illumise. So fuck it! So pretty much the moral of the lesson is, I love Pokemon, but God doesn't make me want to bash my brains in sometimes. I wish, because granted, I've gotten to that way with Pokemon a few times before. I think like outside of X, the most time I ever got was with Pokemon Sword, when I was trying to search for a female Dano. And Danos were already considered rare in the area that I was trying to catch them in. So I'm like, fuck, if I don't get so it's like pretty much every Dano that I would come across, I would desperately beg for it to be female, because it's a special place in my heart. But unfortunately, most of them I got were male, and I'm like, fuck, I didn't give up because I'm stubborn, but oh my god. But, so that's been happening. In terms of writing, I am 5,200 words into the latest chapter of my latest main project. I took a break from writing last night, but I had been writing for a full week. So that was good. And I've also been rewatching the Pokemon anime with Gary for the past month too. That's been fun! Because I had not watched a lot of the anime since I was a kid. Especially the old episodes. Like, the episodes that came out when I was a really young kid. So that's been fun. Like, it's funny as fuck because because it's like, you know when you're older and you look back at a show that you loved as a kid and you're like, holy fuck, why did I like this? I mean, granted, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun. But it's hilarious because, like, me and Gary have just been shooting the shit on these episodes and just completely, like, taking the piss out of them, you know? Like, last night we were watching more episodes, and it's like, one episode, we're talking about butt plugs, because we're on an episode where it's like, these ancient artifacts have Pokemon, summon Pokemon, and one of them looks like a butt plug. So we're talking shit, and then we're talking shit about the white people messing with these ancient artifacts, just like, yup, typical white people shit. And then another episode, we're talking about Onyx, and we're talking about, like, this just giant-ass Onyx is like, my giant rock cock, you know? We're completely taking the piss out of all of this. Out of all of it. And of course we're talking about, like, Ash's gay awakenings and all that. Like, there was one point where it's like, we kept going on about this, and then I eventually asked Gary, like, how many gay awakenings does it take for someone to realize they're not straight? and they're like, it takes a while. So we've been completely taking the piss out of it. Like, it is fun watching Pokemon with them because we're having fun, you know? We're having fun. Oh, God. But so that's been happening. But, going back to Pokemon X, that's the reason why I chose this specific track today. It was because I wanted something to play from the Pokemon X soundtrack. And, I haven't gotten to this part, obviously. I am currently training for Clement right now. But, I didn't realize how fire this track was. Like, why is it so good? Like, why is it so good? Oh, God. Oh. Whoa. Ah, jeez. Alright. We have been going for over 40 minutes. I think now is the time we move on to Ace Attorney, so let me get the loading thing up. Alright, goodbye, Chrome. Yes, not Chrome, Firefox. Yes, Firefox. Okay. Alright. Gotta go get my controller real quick while Ace Attorney loads. Oh yeah, in terms of other things, so I just, of course, not an Airi stream without Steam updating. So I decided to uninstall Chrome and a couple of other programs because my computer just kept going super freaking slow. And at that point, I was just like, fuck it, I'll just uninstall Chrome. So I did, and I think that's been a good choice. What the hell am I doing here? Sorry, my controller's all tangled up. And I have no idea what the hell is happening. Come on. Oh my god. Hit the controller. Fucking. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Okay. Alright. There. Alright, controller is plugged in. Steam is just taking a while to verify an installation. I don't know why. Alright. Okay. Okay. In other news, so, Spotify stopped working for me for a few days. And it is really weird. So, I like to use Spotify, right? When I'm writing, because it has music playing in the background, and I don't like the idea of having two videos going on at the same, on a window. So, I usually use Spotify. And for some reason, Spotify just stopped working for a few days. At first I thought it was because funnily enough, one of the Minecraft YouTubers uploaded a new song on there, and I thought, oh, that's the reason why it's not working. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. It's asking me for my, Steam password. And I do have that written down, because I always fucking forget. Because I never need to write it down. You never need to write it down. I never need to remember it. There it is. Where's my Steam? There it is. Damn it, I was right about it. I just had to make sure. I was typing it in right, I just wasn't sure. There we go. But, yeah, so Spotify stopped working for me because, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea. All I know was that Spotify... So what would happen every time I would try to load a song up was that I would get ads. And the thing is, though, is that because I'm using a Spotify web player, you know, I have uBlock installed on my browser because I hate ads. And obviously, normally, uBlock just blocks the ads from coming in at all. However, I was still getting... oh. Drop frame. Back to what I was saying. However, I would still see flashes of these ads pop up on the web player, and I was like, that's weird. But I didn't question it. But then, the song would play, but then after 9 seconds, and this is specific, 9 seconds, it would just, the sound would cut out. And I was like, what the fuck? Because I was like, What the hell's happening? So initially I was like, is Spotify broken or something? And I looked and I'm like, and it coincided with Spotify having some problems, and I was like, okay, I'll come back later then. I'll just use a video. So I come back a few hours later, and Spotify's still not working. And I was like, what the heck? Why is it still not working? It's been a few hours. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a day. I gave it a day. I checked back. It's still not working. And I'm like, okay, what the hell's happening? So I looked it up. Well, actually, no. The first thing I did was I knew that Spotify Web Player, or at the very least Spotify itself, has a problem with ad block. And sometimes ad block would just break Spotify. So I paused my ad block on the Spotify website to see if that would do anything. And the ads played, but I was still having the same issue of the sound cutting out every 9 seconds. I was like, what the heck do I do? So I searched it up, and of course, you get the typical responses of, well, you gotta clear your cache, which I did, but unfortunately, because of that, I had to also log myself back into every website, because, and that's one of the things I don't like, is that, about Firefox, is that it won't give you the option to just, because with Chrome, when you had to clear your cache, you had the option of choosing, like, what specific part of the cache you could delete, and one of the parts was, something that allowed you to stay logged into the websites, and I was like, cool, but Firefox doesn't have that, so that thing, and it still didn't fix itself, so I was like, what the hell do I do then? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. I can't move my cursor. Okay, now I can move my cursor. What the heck? OBS. Oh. What happened? Okay, I need to ask this real quick. Am I still alive? I need to ask this real quick. Am I still live? I should still be live, right? I'm checking real quick. I gotta check. Because now I'm paranoid. Yeah, it still looks like I'm live. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm sorry about that. It's just when while I was talking, my whole computer froze. Like, I was, like, looking at OBS and nothing was, like, moving, and I was like, uh-oh, what happened? What happened? So I got scared. Alright, so I did see on YouTube that I am still live and that everything seems to be okay, so, praise be. Anyway, so going back to what I was saying, and I'll get back to what I was, and I'll get to playing. So I searched Google, not Google, I keep saying Google. Well, actually, it was Google, because Firefox doesn't have its own browser. Search engine, sorry, not browser. So I searched Google, and I was like, what the hell do I do? And it turns out that people actually and it turns out my problem is common enough that, like, there's a shit ton of forums talking about it. I never found a fix. So I was just like, fuck. I mean, it sucked, you know? But the good thing is that, like, I could find the music on YouTube anyway, but it's just like, you know, it's an extra step. Because you have to search for it and then you have to click the video. But a few days ago, I updated Firefox because I got the thing that said, "Oh, you should update Firefox." And I was like, "Okay, cool, I'll do that." I did. And then I was like, "You know what? Let me check Spotify to see if it worked." It works again. And I'm like, "What the hell happened?" So I'm thinking that the last update might have borked Spotify. And that's why I was having that problem, but then after I updated it again, it probably fixed itself. So I was like, okay, technology's weird. So I was also dealing with that. So again, August literally has felt like it has been the longest month ever. And of course, Kagero Day happened on the 14th and 15th too. So it's like, I promoted my Kage Pro fix, didn't get shit. Because I'm a no-name author. But again, I don't need a special day to promote fix, I could just do it whenever the fuck I want. Alright, so, recap time for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. So last time, we started on the 5th case for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, called Rise from the Ashes. Unfortunately, Maya is no longer our sidekick because she went back to the mountains at the end of case 4. But we got a new sidekick in the name of Emma Sky, and she came to us because her sister, Lana, has been arrested for murder and has even confessed to it. So pretty much our job is already in the gutter from the start. Jesus. Sorry, that was my phone. So yeah, that's a thing. So, we get to the trial, and of course we're getting fucked by Edgeworth and the witnesses. But then we find out that, from the chief of police himself, Damon Gant, that another murder has occurred in the evidence room of the police department, and Edgeworth's in big trouble because he came in woefully unprepared for that and tried to pin the blame on the police department, when in actuality, the cop that tried to deliver the report to him, he refused. So, unfortunately, Edgeworth is in big, big trouble with the police department, or the chief of police, who knows. Meanwhile, we managed to get Lana another day. She didn't get acquitted, but she isn't convicted either. So now we just continue on to the second day of investigation. Alright. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. So... Oh. Sorry, it's like I see the mic thing going a little bit slower, and I'm like, do I have the game window on top? I shouldn't. So I had to check. So as with the last live stream, we are going to be going on until the end of the second trial of Case 5. So we're probably going to be in for another 6-hour-long live stream. So get your get popcorn and drinks ready. We're going to be here for a while. All right. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case? What's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 o'clock p.m. on the 21st. Well, here's your recap of the case. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's where we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it! Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us! Oh, I guess we're just going to the parking lot. Alright, February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Oh, that's right, the victim was also discovered in Edgeworth's trunk, stabbed with his knife. So pretty much it's like Edgeworth cannot stop getting fucked. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. I am forgetting all of these voices. Listen, it's been a month, okay? And I haven't gone back to really review the last stream as much as I usually do. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never! Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all! It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? Because we're the protagonist, dummy! I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Whoa, fuck. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press Z to spray on it. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. Alright. Oh boy. Alright, well... let's... Oh, hello, there's some blood. Not a lot of it, though. I could see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain?
It's so...
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe.
It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there had to have been more blood than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright! I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay?
Girl's never skinned her knee. Yeah, it does seem a little weird.
See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy, too.
I saved up my allowance to buy that.
Alright, luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. Solution used for scientific investigations, finds blood traces, spray to use.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Oh my god, police corruption? Who knew? That's great.
Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious.
Ha! Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You'll only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two.
That looks delicious.
This day-old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, it's just... that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You want to see my badge?
That looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Provolone?
What the hell is provolone?
Huh? It's not! It's my attorney's badge! It's still provolone. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market.
Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. Well, shit. Hey.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Starr, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know! I witnessed everything from that security room right there.
Okay, it's cheese. Okay.
But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand! That's unforgivable!
Uh-oh.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah! I swear it on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. Ah!
I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, They coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it. God.
Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
That too.
And you were let go? Or fired?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean...
You mean this?
What do you think about this?
Oh, I guess that wasn't the right thing.
Oh, the SL9 incident.
Okay, it was right.
It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about that? About the SL9 incident? I need to turn down the volume a little bit.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh. I thought... Okay. Okay, well, what about the note? Alright, nope. Just nothing. Yeah. Shut up. Okay. Well, I guess we could, do the blood spray thing. Could you take a look at this? Wait. What? No! No, I wanted to look at the shit! I wanted to look at the shit!
Fine, I guess we won't.
Alright, well, what about stuff that we've seen before?
Here, a phone! Let's see if it works.
Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, wait a minute. We already talked about this. We already talked about this. Is everything just the same? Well, shit. Okay, can we... Okay, let's just move. I wonder, is Baby in the office today? Alright, February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. 1202, 1202, whatever.
Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday.
And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here.
I'm sure he's off doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Oh, shit. Alright, what about the detention center? Is Lana back? February 23rd, detention center visitors room. Looks like Miss Sky's in questioning. Fuck!
I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time?
Can you imagine?
How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrested a suspect? Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder?
Let's come back later.
Well, fuck. Where the hell do I go? What about here? Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here.
Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department.
Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot.
Ugh, it makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene.
Yes, you sound dead set on investigating.
Oh, shut up, Emma.
But don't mess up or we could wind up dead.
I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Shit. Alright. Police department entrance, we're just going all around town. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all, and we all know from cops that they'll pin the crime on anybody. Even someone who wasn't involved at all.
So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is!
She's like a kid at an amusement park.
Ooh, a real crime scene! Let's go take a look!
But didn't we just get there? Oh, guard station. That's new. Oh, I wonder who's in charge here. Look at all the alcohol around here. How many bottles is that? We got 2 on the counters. Then we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 11 bottles of alcohol in this one station. What the fuck? This dude's an alcoholic. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So, beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime?
It sure seems that way.
Oh. Oh. What's wrong?
It's those cacti! They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, this is new. Look at the sign! Texas.
This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon.
But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. What's the point?
Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch!
I'd say it'd be more of a yard myself.
Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal.
I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her.
I'm not so sure I see the resemblance.
It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here.
It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy?
A poncho!
I know, a poochie! Wait, maybe that wasn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there.
And yet we don't. God, I want to know what the fuck is with the alcohol. What the hell is this?
Look, on the floor, a lasso.
Looks like it's set up to trap something.
A trap here? Wait, I know! Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed!
You sure have an active imagination. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in! It won't open. What the fuck?
You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Is that it? There's no music and it's weird. Listen, we come from Texas. Oh, excuse me. What the hell do I do here? I mean, I presented shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, that's cute. It's got Emma's name on it. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go.
Well, you never know where something might go down.
Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? A murder world! What the fuck? What do I do? Excuse me.
That's where we found that note.
221 SL9. The SL9 incident.
A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder.
And the detective in charge of the case was the victim.
I wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was.
It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. Sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning all of a sudden. I'm not that tired. To buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Shut up. Now do you want to talk? No. What the fuck? Okay, let me think. I presented the note. Alright, nothing. Alright.
I had one of those up until 2 years ago.
Back when you were the cough-up queen, right?
We found this ID card here in this parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's.
But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department.
That's impossible.
I wish I could be so sure. Now will you talk to us? No. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Nope. Oh, excuse me. Alright, do we go back here? Nope. Okay. I think I'm beginning to see the issue. Alright, I'm gonna look up what to do. So we're not here for forever. Fuck. I need day 2 investigation. Excuse me. Okay. Alright, I got a walkthrough up. Alright, we have to present her with the crime photo. That's the floor plans. Alright.
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So, you went straight to the scene of the crime?
I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime?
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time? Alright, now can we talk to her about it? Yes! Thank you! Alright.
That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? To who?
2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence.
So they didn't solve it.
On the contrary. It was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job.
And you were one of those?
Myself and one other person you know well.
Wait, could it be...
Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean... Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. And he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9?
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait! Those lunches you sell!
There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway?
Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection!
So, Rookie,
What?
it seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this.
Salisbury steak lunch?
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Steak lunch received from Miss Star. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood.
Miss Star?
Officer Marshall,
Is he your... are you his... Are you going out?
why do you want to know?
I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that.
So you guys did fuck.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. So you were fuck buddies. Alright, now can we go somewhere? Alright, let's check and see it. Alright, baby's not back yet. Baby, come back! Excuse me. What about the detention center? Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure. Oh, hello. Back at the police department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Don't tempt a hungry man! I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Oh my god. It's like denying a dog their dinner. It's like, oh, why would you... And they look up at you and be like,
Mama, Papa, why would you do this? I'm hungry.
man, if I ever saw the look of that on Layla's face, I'd probably cry. And you know, of course, after she's done pawing the fuck out of me. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, huh, right, pal? Right, pal? There's me! On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Oh, fuck. Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I needed me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
Wait! Don't leave!
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He be hungry. I need to go give me a steak lunch.
He ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Well, guess we should go. Alright, detention center visitors room.
Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Uh-oh.
What was that?
Sir, that's not what I'm saying! Me, a perpetrator! I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir! That's what I'd say, sir! Oh my god, this dude! Hi! Greetings, sir!
Wait, I know who you are.
Yeah, this dude. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir! I've got your report, sir! Just imagine this guy's voice constantly cracking.
Officer Meekins. So you're a guard here at the detention center?
No, sir! I'm not, sir! I'm a little lost patrolman like little lost lamb, sir!
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report?
No, sir! How should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he... You... Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir!
What? What?
Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Hey, you want to see my badge? Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir, laugh! Laugh at me, sir! Huh? I know what you want to say! You want to tell me how she has one just like it!
Me? Why would I...
I know, sir, I know! I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges! Nowhere! I'm alone! All alone! Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir! That's what Japan wants you to think. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Wow, okay. Day of the crime. Sir! I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir! Sir! Ow! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. Please stop. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So, normally there's a guard at the evidence room.
That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Ah! Oh, that didn't even hurt my throat. It was just so loud. What the fuck is this guy doing?
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white! I saw red! I blacked out! I went on a drunken blackout rage! And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center! How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir! There was no one to bandage me, sir! So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir! A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Uh-oh.
Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
Whoops. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. The victim. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir! Please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir! If you had to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention. And alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light for... Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. I live a miserable life, sir.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir!
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir! But there was nothing I could do! Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir! And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were what?
Huh?
Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the horror, sir! Can you imagine how I felt? Wow, my voice just cracked. The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Yes, I want to see my boyfriend, too. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. What the hell? Okay.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it!
That's what?
My head was a blank until this very moment! But sir, now I remember! I remember, sir! You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all!
This ID card?
Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Nothing can be more exact, sir! Nothing! I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember, quote-unquote? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. Yeah, we heard the story. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir! That's what I've been trying to tell you! So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me!
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now! So I whooped and leapt at him! Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you! My own father's words, sir!
What happened then?
Well, my sir! Everything went white! When I awoke, I was here! Right.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card.
In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say! That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me that it had to be him, sir! On that day, at that time! Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room! That's what they said! But you don't remember the events clearly? No! But the videotape is quite clear!
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera! The crime! My crime! The crime I swore to stamp out! It's there! It's me! It's on tape!
And you waited until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I handed over my badge. I don't deserve it. Take it! Just throws it at the window before it bounces back because it's fucking glass. Damn it! No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Alright, let's just leave the weird man to his devices. Oh, okay. Back at the Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detective's desk.
It's Police Chief Gans. Oh, fuck. Time for the pipe organ. Excuse me. And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Your ass is canned. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his blah 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 blah. We under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief of detectives looks a little flustered. Aha! Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gann, reporting for duty, sir.
Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
This guy scares me, Emma! Hey, you want to see my badge? I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Ah, sorry, Righto. Righto, I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one.
The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe?
Either him or the dancing blue badger. Edgeworth. Oh, that's right. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, were they? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
The Spanish Inquisition? No. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. Since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Yeah, this douchebag. Von Karma. Listen, don't bring that guy up, please. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Fixed it? I didn't fix shit. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Yeah, depending on what that inquiry committee decides. It could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell ya! The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean!
They're being the prosecutors, I assume?
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. So shut the fuck up and stop asking questions. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut.
Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? What? What the fuck was that? That better have been my hand that I saw and not a light poking in through the door. Huh? You saw that? Whoops! Well, gotta kill you now!
I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do.
Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Bum, bum, ba-dum. This thing?
Sorry, right on through with this shit. Get out of here! Get out of here! Oh my...
Nope. Nope. Alright, I'm gonna go to... Seriously? Okay. It's not here. Fuck. Man, is it just me, or am I already fucking just dead to the world? This thing? Nope. The guy who can't sit still, huh? Alright, time for the walkthrough again. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I just found something out, actually. That's kind of cool. So apparently, there's a blood stain on this thing.
Wow, we got a reaction!
There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these spines.
I think that might be more painful than being murdered.
So yeah, turns out that, you can do that. That's kinda cool, not gonna lie. Alright, sorry about that. Turns out that, apparently on the
on the iOS port for Phoenix Wright. If you did that, you would get an achievement. That's kind of neat. Let's see. Oh, okay. That's what I'm supposed to do. God, the way that, Case 5 really kind of just, like, tests your, like, not patience, but, the way that Case 5 will just, like, the hell's the word I'm looking for? The way that Case 5 will just, like, go out of its way to not explain, like, I don't know how to explain it, like, pretty much this is what we have to do. Oh, sorry you had to see that.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Alright, a half-written document dated February 21st. Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Alright. Was this? 5-9 item loss status report. Oh, I must have accidentally pressed that. I meant to present. Was it this thing? Nope. Dum bum ba dum. Actually, can I talk to him now? Yes, okay. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. I'm taking that as a no. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. Hey, Gant, can I have $1,000? So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out, boyo.
It just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey! This is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it, otherwise I'm hunting your ass down.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks! God.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID!
You seem happy.
Yes, sir! Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir!
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright, now we can go to the guard station. Oh, fuck, never mind. Well. Actually, wait a minute. There we go. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Aha! The card reader's turned off, see?
What is that security guard thinking?
Oh, crap. Well, here we go down in Texas again. Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina sky so gray? So gray. I can't do a Texan accent, please forgive me. Officer Marshall!
Why does it have to be him?
What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? You know, just as a side note, hey Eric, did you hear about Overwatch changing McCree's name? Because I guess it's named after one of the bad people there. Man, I can't imagine. When I first saw that, man, when I first saw that fucking thing on Twitter, I was just like, so you're willing to change a character's name, but not change the workplace environment in which you're being investigated for. Okay. Sure, whatever. As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggus. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I said I just don't want to talk to y'all motherfuckers. To y'all motherfuckers. I almost said I didn't wish to speak with you, so get the fuck out. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Hey, can I show you my badge? The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither Wild nor West here.
Well, technically it is West. I mean, we're in California. I mean, no, wait. It's Japanifornia. Aha. But that and this are two different things entirely. I can't do a Texan accent. I'm not from Texas.
I guess so? Huh? I'm so lost.
Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Alright. Guard station.
I was wondering if we could talk to you...
Sorry, Bambino, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer. What the fuck was that noise?
What the fuck was that all about, Mr. Wright?
I don't know. I think he was just too hungry to talk. Oh!
You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either.
Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. Alright, we have one more thing. Shut the fuck up, Bambino. I gotta get something in my stomach. Otherwise, I'm going out to the desert and I'm gonna starve. Here you go. Have some Salisbury steak. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. Yeehaw! Alright, this is gonna be so specific, and I meant to bring this up earlier, but I forgot. So obviously I mentioned that I've been getting into VTubers, right? Most specifically Hololive and all that. So, I know, here's the thing. First off, I know that EN Gen 2 came out. Council came out. I saw their debut streams. I'll talk about that during the break. But anyone also know that, Gen 1, the, Myth, they're doing a tabletop RPG that I've been watching since Callie first announced it. And I'm just reminded of when Callie would just go, yeehaw. I mean, she can do it better than I can, like, honestly. But even, God, it's honestly a toss-up between her and Gura that can do a yeehaw better than me. It's like, yeehaw! There we go. Like, I gotta do it, but I can't do it in the accent.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
What? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Star.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Listen, he's hungry. He hungry. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask me. Yum 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 yum. Anything. Yum 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 yum
Num 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 num.
Finally, it seems like
he's willing to talk.
Guard station. All right.
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Aw, that poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. I mean, you're not wrong about that. He told us something, actually. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? I mean, listen, I gotta put food on the table. Alright, I need the money, and this pays me money. But this job fucking sucks.
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. But you still need to monitor them! You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli to sneak in next to your steak, you know? Alright.
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prayer fire. Fire!
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker and shit to me. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of... Excuse me. Sorry, I got something caught in my throat. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the... I can't speak today. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Security system. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen!
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Like shit. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon? Are you this bad at your job?
Yes. As I stated beforehand, I hate this job. One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. God, I can't. Seriously, this accent is coming and going. It is like going in and out the door. That's the card reader by the door. Like, I'm pretty sure if I listened to more country music, I could do it, but I'm like, listen, I hate country, it's misogynistic. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. God, I'm not gonna lie, the more I do that accent, the more my jaw hurts, because I'm like, it's all coming, the way I'm doing the accent is that it's coming out the right side of my mouth, but I have to keep that side of my jaw clenched, and it's starting to hurt. So this is the ID card record.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Whoops. Wait, what'd I just do? Oh, I must have accidentally hit the court record. Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright! I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
I actually didn't get to see it, so unfortunately, I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing.
Excuse me. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? See?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated again.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
Oh my god. Sorry, my mouth is aching. Alright, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Okay, well, where are all the cadavers?
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Hello? Ah! Holy shit! Okay, did not expect that. Well, that happened.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard?
Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? God damn it, I'm slipping into the accent. I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today?
Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Alright. Evidence room floor plans added to the court records. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Hey, Gumshoe, you want to see my badge?
Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show that to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show the police badge. Nuff said.
I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
Emma, you have one, though.
Okay. Boss for a day.
So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
That's a good question, pal. They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
Edgeworth. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case! The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Wow, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. Oh my god!
That's cute. That's cute. So you see that locker with the picture on it? Take a look at that picture. That's actually a case. That's actually a spoiler for the first case in the next game. So the only locker we can open is our own. That's cute.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it...
Zap! You get a shock!
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Alright. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Okay. Alright, let's examine shit in here, because this is a new scene.
Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner.
That looks like a car door.
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy that caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away.
Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us. That's the door we just came in through.
Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out.
I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside.
Let's hope he remembers we're in here.
Of course he will.
There's something sticking out of here.
Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. Stop roasting him! If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Seriously, don't roast me.
This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams.
I'm not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open!
Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. Oh my god! I think that's the secret weapons that Gumshoe tried to hand off to us in the last case. That's cute.
What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole, pal! I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gold Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. I bet at the time of this case it was. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually a call forward to Justice for All's final case. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Look in your heart, and you're gonna be alright! Shit, that's the core record. I meant to click on that. What the shit? Gumshoe, what is this? What's this? Blood!
It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here.
It looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright! What if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Well, we'll do that in a moment.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke.
You want to try to put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Okay. Okay. Ah, okay. Wow, I was just guessing on that.
This is so jank. Okay. Okay. I can't even fucking see it. It can't be this. Can it? There we go. Okay. I was being dumb. I was thinking too far ahead. Oh, that's not gonna fit. Probably this then. Right? Yeah. There we go. Alright, so it's just missing one piece. There we go.
Huh? Well, I think we did it. But some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Unstable jar added to the court record. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Hey, I wasn't done. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar.
There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke.
I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. What's with the glove?
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Oh, look at that. It's more SL9 shit. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove.
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. Yeah, it's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Paint.
What is a saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? In the evidence room? Listen, it's fine. Alright, now let's check out the testing fluid. We got a lot of evidence. That is a clear-ass handprint.
I knew it! This is someone's right handprint!
What?! What's the matter, Detective? This locker... It's mine!
It's yours?
Please! You have to help me when they come to take me away! Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly! You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down in the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Listen, I am a himbo detective. I am the only good guy among these vultures. They will shoot unarmed men. God, Holy shit, look at that blood. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. No. No!
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker.
I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Well, your opinions suck, Detective. Just spraying this fluid everywhere. Alright, I think we can slide on over. By the way, you don't run out of fluid for this at all. Oh, hello! Also, is it just me or is the red really hurting your eyes? Like...
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey! That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal!
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh? Huh?
I'd like to get some too! I'll just borrow $50 from the chief! Where do you get this, Emma?
I always buy it by mail order.
Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Alright, anything else? Nope. Okay. Jesus. Okay. I think now we present shit to him. Excuse me. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago? That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Alright, now can we talk? Yes. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing! A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors. About forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with a transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So, that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Damn it, I'm singing Bad Luck Charm. Sorry, I've been like, it's not like, it's not even that so much I've been listening to it lately. I love that song so fucking much, and I love that song so much. I love Bad Luck Charm. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Trying to think of what else to... Here we go. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number, too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Uh-oh, is it thundering? I'm gonna check the weather real quick. Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. I don't mean to break your pain. Just why I can't explain. Yeah, it's not supposed to rain today. What the hell? The hell was that splash of light then? Okay. Okay, we missed something. I'll be right back. You and I are not the same. You want the burden of my name. God, has Caleb Hyles done a Bad Luck Charm cover yet? I loved his Red Like Roses cover. I want the Bad Luck Charm, damn it. Give me the crow! Okay. Oh, I thought that was it. Did I mess up here? Oh, okay, that's what I missed. I presented the wrong piece of evidence. Brings me to the place you rest.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again.
Oh, that's what she saw.
Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Ah, shit. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card! So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on February 21st. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Ah, okay. Now I know what we're doing.
Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
What is it?
That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
Oh, shit. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey, pal, look at the time! Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. Memorize that flyer right there. That is going to be really important in the third game. It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, exactly! I'm off, pal. Later! Oh shit, that was my controller hitting the desk. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. I need to... Phoenix is like, my baby's in town? Need to go. Alright, back in here. Oh, hello there. Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you! Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. So long. See you later. Is Edgeworth here? Babe?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Oh my god. Hey, babe! Sorry I got you fucked in court earlier today. Excuse me. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Listen.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. Or asking me out for a date. Who knows? Listen. Takes his hand. We're together. He ain't taking the real info's on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Alright. Hey, Edgeworth, want to see my badge? He's like... Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? I'm his boyfriend! Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I could get some kind of reaction out of him. Alright, inquiry committee. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes. Apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts.
Well, I kind of imagine, like, after what happened in court today, it's like, well, that's bound to kind of fuck you up. A work desk. It's quite tidy as one might expect.
What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes.
Alright, I already saw this. Yeah, I saw this already. So I think I just need to present evidence. He'll sue you. Damn brat, I'll sue! God, that was another thing me and Gary were shit talking the anime for, was how they pronounce Japanese names. And I told them that was like one of the lowest and I told them that that's what I hated about Persona 5, was the fact that they pronounced the Japanese names in that so wrong. It's like, that's not how it's pronounced! Oh shit, no, fuck. It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Damn. Don't say it like that! He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Allegations of forgery. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, then blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. Okay. Oh, that's right. We also gotta present him with this. Oh, right! I better check this now. As I was saying, what's this? A record of I was gonna say IKEA. A record of IKEA. Yeah, take this. I'm asking you to move in with me. Take this IKEA catalog. I'm sorry. Take this IKEA take this IKEA catalog. Pick which furniture you want. You want to move into my apartment with. Excuse me. What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It would have to be. The evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Excuse me. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver added to the court record. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's, brought back to his office by Gant's request.
Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you are still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course! Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid, hmm? Well then. You might have use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints!
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know?
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth? No need to thank me. Here, take your powder in these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Phoenix, shut the fuck up, he's giving you preferential treatment. Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint file.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. I think we are getting close to the break. I believe it's after this that we'll finally, like, get somewhere, you know? And then I can talk about other stuff. Alright. Her investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger, Phoenix. I mean, Mr. Wright.
Alright, what about this?
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
With A! See?
Ah, it looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With S. Exciting, I know.
Well, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See?
Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I better give it a try. Alright, so when I was first playing this case on the emulator, I actually couldn't proceed on this point because the problem with emulation is you need a mic. Because on the DS, in the original, for the DS, in order to do this, you would need to have a microphone. And I didn't have a microphone back then. So unfortunately, I actually had to leave this case on unfinished. Alright, so... now just fucking spread this crack cocaine around like it's nothing.
And then you blew. Aha! You did it! You found one!
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does it mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck?
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely, it seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood. Oh, there's one right there. Right here. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I know what... I know, like... Okay. There we go. Look at that. What? There we go.
Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling!
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point of finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we've got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left these prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker?
Gee, I wonder who. Oh. Gotta compare. Gotta compare. I actually think if I remember right, isn't there like a specific, like, that, like, depending on how should I put this? Isn't there something that's kind of like another personality thing that, like, if you have this specific kind of, pattern on your fingerprint, it determines what you're like? It's kind of like, I don't know, I just remember reading something like that a long time ago.
Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Alright. Do we need to take the, loom? Oh, shit. Oh. Okay. I thought I had to do that real quick. No. Okay, is it examine? I guess it is, yeah. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right?
Right! There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this?
There go her eyes sparkling again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit! Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any print in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Well, I guess we could try this. I'm hitting A. Where? Wait, what? I couldn't even see that. What the heck? There we go. Okay. Oh, oh, oh. That's not good. Hey, these fingerprints, they...
Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. Found in a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped.
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh! Oh!
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain.
But why would Officer Marshall...
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it!
To be continued. Sweet. Alright. Yes. Alright. We are just about 3 hours in. So what we are going to do is that we are going to take a quick break. So give me a couple moments where I open up Firefox, get some music going, and then we can get to the intermission. Take one down and pass it around. Da, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. I don't know why the fuck I was singing 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. You take one down and pass it around. Now you got 98 bottles of beer on the wall. I don't know. 99 bottles of beer. Ba 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 da ba da ba da ba 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 da. All right.
god, like I doubt it's audible, but it's like my computer is screaming. All right, so time to take a quick break. All right, let me check to see if that's here. Okay. All right, so let us take a quick break, huh? Get some drinks, get some food, and yeah. So we will be right back. Right? I'll be right back too. So intermission. I was about ready to do that. Alright, I'm back. Have some ice cream next to me that I'm currently gonna wait for it to melt a little bit before I start eating. Something I forgot to mention at the beginning was that school began, right? School should have begun for pretty much everyone by now, right? I asked this because the kid that's living with me, I mean, he's not my son. He's the son of my brother's girlfriend. He started school, I think, earlier this month. And turns out that because of COVID, he got a week off of school this week. As far as I know, he doesn't have COVID, which is fucking great. But because of, I think from what I heard, because of other county schools, they're canceling school this county in the hopes of preventing it, I guess. So because of that, I didn't ask where he was, because he's not here. I think he's at his grandmother's for who knows how long. Which is great for me, because I'm like, hey, I get to string without, like, the potential, like, drop, you know, in quality, you know? But yeah, so I think school has had to have started for most kids here in America, right? Alright, so, I mentioned this in the stream, but, VTubing. I saw a council for HoloLive. I came to it a little bit late, and what I mean by that is that, like, I wasn't there the moment that, it was announced, that the debut dropped. I came to it, I think, like, an hour later. And, it was kind of funny the fact that I think, like, most of the girls' Twitters got restricted because of the influx of followers, and Twitter thought they were all bots. And it's like, well... Oh, I forgot! Iris! Iris also debuted! I forgot, Council wasn't the only one that, debuted. It was also Iris. But, Iris is pretty neat. Like, I honestly was not expecting the voice to come out of that design. Which, by the way, I really like Iris's design. Like, it's really, like, different. I honestly love, like, the coloring and shading of it. Like, it looks really good. And of course, like, I actually listened to at least some of her, EP. Her, God, what the hell is the first word pronounced? Keishura of Despair. I only really listened to the second track, which was Here Comes Hope, and that one's really fucking good. Oh my god, it's great. Like, easily my favorite of the whole track. But, something that surprised me, and, Eric, I don't know if you're gonna know this, but, one of the old Vocaloid producers actually worked on that album. Like, this was a producer that I listened to a lot of their songs back when I was first discovering Vocaloid. Yuppie, sorry. He used to make a lot of, Miku tracks that were very rock heavy and, like, almost metal heavy. And I couldn't believe he actually worked on Iris's album. I'm like, holy fuck. That's interesting! I really like that. But, back to the council. So I watched the debut PV, And immediately I am like, okay, so they're going with concepts this time. Like, I know that technically for Myth oh shit. For Myth it was like, they have like, you know, these mythical creatures. Like you had Callie as the Grim Reaper, Kiara as the Phoenix. Ina as Cthulhu, basically. And you have Gura from Atlantis. Emilia was the odd one out, but she's a time traveler. So of course with Council, it's like, okay, so they're taking like these abstract concepts and personifying them, basically. So you have space, nature, time, civilization, and chaos. So that was cool. Immediately, like, my attentions, right? Because usually I am drawn to designs and all that. Because that's the thing with designs, they're supposed to catch your eye. And of course, my eye was caught on both Fauna and Mume. And because I really like their designs and all that. I still like their designs. They're really neat and all that. And of course, you know, when and of course, last Sunday was when they were going to premiere. They were going to debut. But I guess because of technical difficulties, they had to extend it another day. And I'm like, fuck, man. That's gotta suck. And it's like, man. I mean, now granted, I wasn't there for Myth's debuts because I didn't know what Hololive was back then. But was Myth's debut streams just as cursed? Like, I know they can be cursed. I mean, technical difficulties abound. Like, I've heard the stories of Callie's, like, technical difficulties being really bad, like, and all that. But were their debut streams just as cursed as Council, or the Council just special? But so I wasn't able to watch any of their debut streams live, but I was able to catch them on the day of. So of course I went in order. I watched Sana's first, and then Fauna, Crony, Mume, and Heikos, or Bay. Sorry, not Heikos. Bays. And of course I watched all of them to their entirety, mostly. And I'm not gonna lie, I laughed out loud when I first watched Sana's, because she has that introductory video in the beginning. And it's like, and it starts out very much kind of like a mentor, like teaching their students, like, you know, pretty much like, this is your introductory class, you know? And then of course it immediately went off the rails. And all that. You know, and then of course it immediately went off the rails, and it's like, what the hell is happening? And, you know, but then of course what the hell was that noise? But then of course then I got to actually watch Sana's thing, and she's big. I mean, of course that's her thing. Sana is big and all that. But what really surprised me was her voice. She's Australian. Or the girl playing Sana is Australian. I'm like, oh my god. Because it's, you know, that immediately threw me off, because it's like, you would think that for like I was honestly thinking that like the space girl was gonna have like some hosh-posh accent or something like that. But no, she's like this fucking Aussie. And I do kind of like, and I am kind of interested in her gimmick, the fact that she is like the concept of space. Because, you know, because I would imagine then that she would probably have like what's the word I'm looking for? She'd have, like, order, I guess is a good word to put it, like, order over all the things that reside in space, you know, like planets, constellations, etc. And I always found that kind of, and I'm not gonna lie, like, I really do like that sort of stuff. So, like, I do find her gimmick interesting. And then, of course, I watched her astrology stream. Not a lot of it, unfortunately, where she was, talking about, like, here's the kind of bread you'd be, depending on your zodiac. I only got as far as my zodiac, of course. So that's not very far, because I'm the second. But, for Taurus, it was cornbread, and I was like, ew, I hate cornbread. And honestly, I'm kind of looking forward. I don't remember, did Sana say something about doing those astrology streams, like, only once a month or something? Or was it, like, every week? I didn't stick around for that. But, what's Cancer's, bread? I don't remember. Okay. So, that was Sana. Fauna! Man, her voice honestly fits with her design. Like, it's very soft-spoken. Like, it's very soft-spoken. And I'm like, this is Ven's voice if she were personified. And again, I really do like her design. Like, it's really nice. And I love the antlers. Or the branches. Which one was it that Fauna hated that was being referred to as? Horns or antlers? Like, I know she's supposed to be based off of a keyring, but I forget. But, I haven't watched any of her streams because, if only because, like, she expressed her interest in ASMR, and I can't handle ASMR. Like, I find that way too freaking weird to me. Like, it gives me goosebumps, obviously, but not in the way I want, you know? It's like, it doesn't make me feel good, it makes me feel really weird. So I don't, you know, so that's why that's almost why I never watch ASMR streams at all. And then, of course, she had to pull out the yandere stuff, and I'm not a big fan of that at all. Like, that's not Fauna's fault. I just don't like yanderes in general. Because why the fuck would you find that hot to me? Like, why would you find that hot? There's nothing arousing or attractive about someone, not just girls, but someone that is so obsessed with you, right? Someone that is so obsessed with you that they cannot stand the idea of you spending time with anyone else other than them. Like, that's abusive. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that the whole concept of yanderes is abusive. I'm not going that far. I'm just expressing my opinions and saying that the idea of that is very abusive. Not that the idea itself is, I mean, it's obviously bad, but I'm not saying that, like, but you get what I mean, right? It's like, you know, from an objective point of view, it's abusive. I just don't understand why people would find that hot, you know? And, I actually got to hear her voice, cause she sang. And it was so cute. It was really freaking cute. I hate to be that person though, like, it's definitely not good. Like, it's decent, basically. It's decent. It's not ear-grating. It's not ear-grating, but it's definitely not, like, as good as an idol is, you know? But then again, she's not supposed to be an idol. Like, it's passable, is what I'm trying to say. But it was still very cute because, again, it's very much this quiet voice trying to sing. And it was actually a song called, I think it's called Sweet's Paradise. And it's actually done by Kana Hanazawa, who's a veteran voice actress. I didn't know she was a singer. Like, I knew she could sing. I just didn't know she was, like, actually, like, an idol or something like that. So next up we had Crony. And oh my god. That voice, I was not expecting that voice at all. Like, easily my favorite, like, if I had to rate the girls based off of their voices, Crony's is number one. Like, I love that kind of voice. I love that voice. Like, holy crap. But, other than that, Crony. I will admit her personality does turn me off a bit. I'm not a fan of very arrogant people. Like, I understand why she has a reason to be arrogant and haughty. It's because, you know, she's the warden of time. And of course she has... You know, and of course, you know, everyone is a slave to time. That makes sense. I just don't like that personality. Now, of course, I'm not saying she's a bad, like, person. I mean, first off, the character of Crony's fictional, so that's weird. But, you know, but you get what I mean. It's like, to an extent, she is real. I'm just... And I think, if anything, she's more morally gray than strictly a good person versus a bad person, you know? Because I did watch the Council's Gardic phone stream yesterday, or last night, or this morning. Time is weird. And, you know, and she's, you know, and of course, like, you know, she's having fun with her fellow gen mates and all that. And I think she even expressed that she loved them. So I'm like, so obviously it's like, yeah, she can't be that bad, you know? But then, of course, you're her personality. So that's Crony. Oh, and Mume. Oh my god. I think I will say this. I think Mume may be my favorite out of the Council so far. Like, I honestly really like her design. Like, I think if anything, I like her design more than Fauna's. And, you know, I mean, and it's not even because of the owl motif. Like, I really like the like, how to put this? Like, Mume's design, if you take away the bird motifs, it's so traveling-esque. It's so traveler-esque, you know? Like, it looks like something you would find in D&D. That's a good way of describing it. It's like something you would see in D&D, you know, or D&D-esque. It's so fantastical, and I love it. You know, and it's, you know, and the fact that, when I was watching her debut stream, and she brought up her artist, I was like, the artist's art seems kind of familiar. And then I realized, oh, this is the person that made, The Wandering Witch Elena. I never watched that anime, but it was something I've been, like, I was really curious about because, the main character's design, Elena's, it's very reminiscent of my character Ven's, and it's like, yes, this is a face claim if ever. You know, and Mume is pretty, like, she's adorable, she's cute. And you know, and it's like, I think the only thing I will say I don't like is the whole forgetful stuff, like the memory problems. Now granted, now here's the thing. Before this comes off as me sounding ableist, like, I'm not saying that, you know, that a person having memory problems is a bad thing. No, I don't think that at all. You know, because the thing is, though, is that I am someone who doesn't really suffer from memory problems, but has grown up around people who do suffer from that, or at the very least have an average memory, and because of the fact that, like, I will constantly, like, bring up stuff that, you know, that I remember a lot about, and then bring it up to other people only to get a reaction that just suggests that they forgot. It's like, I kind of get a little, like, testy with that. So with Mume, it's like, I wasn't getting mad, it was just like, I was like, okay, yes, we get it, you know, we get it. This is, like, it's kind of like running a gag into the ground, you know? Now, granted, if the girl behind Mume actually has memory problems, I'm very sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of you, I swear. Like, I love Mume, don't get me wrong, it's just, I don't like the gag. I don't like the gimmick. And then, of course, we've got Bae. I'm not gonna lie, like, her design, I don't really like it. Like, and before anyone goes to me saying that I hate Bae, no, I don't hate Bae! The thing with Bae's design is that it is very striking. It is very vibrant and bright, and honestly, my eyes cannot handle that. Like, when Bae is on a, like, here's the thing, like, Bae's 2D model on a neutral background, let's just say, I can handle it. But then when you have the brightness and crap of her other colors, like, it really hurts my eyes after a while. And it's just like, it's like, what the fuck have I done, you know? But, I will admit, when I watch Bae stream, like, I was honestly, like, surprised. I mean, first off, she's another Aussie person. She's another Australian person. I'm like, man, they really went, Hololive really did, well, actually, no. It wasn't Hololive. Like, these girls, like, they really decided to go with two Aussies, huh? You know, but, so there's that. But, you know, but it was kind of interesting the fact that she kind of, like, presented her info, like, in the form of a quiz, asking the audience, like, this is, here, guess what it is before I give you the answer, like, 5 seconds later. You know? Oh, going back to Mume. I remembered, I forgot, Crony, Mume, and Bae's voices when singing. Crony's voice is very nice. Crony's voice is very nice when singing. That's good. Mume's voice, I honestly, like, okay, so when she released her preview of her original song, like, Eric, I think you might agree with me on this. I think it needed to be mixed a little better because, at least with the way that I was listening to it, I could hardly hear Mume over the music. Like, her voice gets drowned out at certain times. And it's like, and I think she is a good singer, but it's like I need to listen to more of it, and some of it's just drowned out by the music. I will admit, I do like the melody of the music. Like, it's very folkish, and I'm like, yes. Fucking yes! So I can't wait to listen to Mumei's single when she releases it. And then, of course, you have Bae, who did... Oh. That was my phone. Who did her own song. Why did I just now get this? Sorry, my phone went off with an email that was sent to me 3 hours ago. It's like, why did I now get this? Excuse me. But, Bae's voice, it is surprising how a voice that's sort of similar to Amelia's can sing like that well. both as an alto and a soprano. Like, holy fuck. It kind of makes me wonder, like, because I think Sana's the only person we haven't heard sing yet. Right? I don't think Sana does karaoke streams. I mean, granted, I don't know if any of the girls have done karaoke streams yet, but I think if I remember right, Sana hasn't done one at all. Not even in her debut. I know she's an artist. But yeah. It kind of does make me wonder, like, because I know that Myth did Country Roads, did a Country Roads cover where all of them sang. So I kind of wonder if the council will also do kind of like a group cover song at one point. Like, that would be neat. But I imagine that Fauna probably won't participate in it until she gets better at singing, which I do know is one of her goals. She wants to get better at that, which I find commendable. I mean, learning to sing is like, it's gotta be hard, you know? Trying to figure out your limits and what you can or can't sing, like, it's gotta be hard. Now, of course, I remember watching a clip a few days ago, and it was actually a couple clips, both of whom were from Kiara and Callie. And Kiara, it was Kiara talking about how it was pretty much her talking about the behind the scenes stuff of Hololive, where it wasn't so much her talking about the auditions as it was just like, you know, that, by the way, this isn't as easy as you think it is, you know? Like, VTubing is not easy. You know, like, because, and the way that she described it was that the models are pretty much already, like, made, you know, it's like you'll go in, and sometimes the models will be ready, sometimes they won't be. And there are even some times where you get to decide what the model looks like. Like, that was pretty much her thing. And then there was the clip from Callie where she was, I guess the context of it was that, like, because it was revealed that Callie helped Mumei with the English lyrics of her song, and Callie was talking about how because she and, you know, Callie and the rest of Gen 1 didn't really have a lot of help when it came to their first few months starting out, because of the fact that they were the first, because they were the first English generation for Hololive. And And so I can imagine that was pretty hard, you know, not really, you know, pretty much having to branch out onto your own with next to no idea on, like, whether or not this is I was gonna say appropriate, but you know what I mean, like, you know, having to figure out, like, what works and what doesn't, you know, especially with the kind of character, with the kind of person, like, and then Callie continued on that, like, you know, like, listen, we didn't have the help that we wanted back then, so me and the rest of the girls are gonna try and be the help that we wanted back then to the council. And the reason I bring these two clips up was because I was reading the comments like I always do, and a lot of people, and I think it was in terms of the Callie clip, that I saw some criticism regarding the lore stuff regarding the council. And maybe it's just because I'm still relatively new to the VTubing scene, but I know Hololive does lore stuff. I know that for a fact. Like, and it's not just EN that has the lore stuff. Like, I think like every generation of Hololive has had lore stuff, right? With the exception of the original talents. Like, I don't know if that's right or not. But the thing is, though, is that from what I saw is that, like, the Japanese lore stuff is that they aren't as intense or heavy as the EN stuff. Now, granted, I don't know shit about the lore of the Japanese stuff outside of the basics, maybe. But is Hololive the only VTubing company that does lore stuff? Like, does Niji Sanji, Vishoujo, fuck, what was that other group? I don't know, like, is Hololive the only VTubing group that does lore stuff? Cause it's like, I don't know. I feel like it is. But then again, I also kind of wonder if, like, it's because, I mean, because I see so much fan art of the lore stuff. And someone did argue that the lore stuff is there mainly for fan art purposes, which I wouldn't be surprised by. Because, of course, that would make sense. But, yeah. But the reason I bring that up was because, I saw a lot of criticism over the council's lore and all that, and how, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact of Omega Alpha. The god of, the manager of managers, basically. I don't know, I just remember seeing a lot of criticism about how the council's lore was kind of really ridiculous and all that, and that they had to somehow like, and pretty much they likened it to, like, edgelord stuff and all that, and I'm like, first off, if it was edgelord stuff, we'd have a lot more depressing dark shit, alright? For the sake of edginess. For the sake of edginess. And as far as I can tell, like, yeah, the council stuff, the council lore is heavy, but I don't think it goes so far as to say, like, oh, this is edgy, or this is dark, this is emo, and all that. It's like, the fuck? I think we're getting our wires mixed up here, guys. But, there was also some comments saying that, like, you know, that it's like, it does seem kind of ridiculous for, management to come up with all this lore when the girls are probably gonna disregard all of that shit in, like, a couple weeks' time. And it's like, Now, here's the thing. Obviously, I don't know what goes on behind the scenes with Hololive and their talents and all that. Like, I mean, granted, I can't speak for the Japanese stuff, albeit a little bit. But I know for a fact that, like, with the, at least with Myth, I mean, didn't some of them, like, stick to that kind of lore for months? Like, I know for a fact Callie still did her whole Grim Reaper shtick, like, months after her debut, months after she's settled in. Kiara did that as well, like, because, I mean, one of the biggest things I remember was when Kiara got, wrongfully removed from YouTube. When, you know, like, when she got, it's not shadow banned, she got deleted, and it took them a while for her channel, and it took them a while to reinstate her channel, and Kiara had to do another debut stream. And all of that, like, I mean, I think that was sticking to the lore of her stuff well past that couple weeks time period, because the thing with, because obviously it was a joke on her lore, like, Kiara's a phoenix, you know, and of course, you know, when phoenixes die, they are reborn from their ashes, and that was kind of what happened with Kiara. Like, that's playing with the lore and all that. I mean, I think, like, out of the Myth girls, I think Amelia's the one who probably disregarded her lore the most. Like, I mean, she's a time traveler, yet I don't think she's really mentioned that lately. It's like, oh, I travel through time and all that. Like, I don't know, like, do any of the talents, like, refer back to their lore now, outside of the council? I mean, listen, it's like, I feel like if anything, the lore is there for fan content, and of course, whatever official content Hololive decides to produce. Like that Hololive Alternative thing. Granted, I know that didn't feature anyone but the Japanese talents with the girls, but that still had their lore in there. I don't know, it's very interesting to, like, again, I'm so new to the VTubing stuff, especially with Hololive, because of how long it's been around, that it's, you know, that I'm probably asking some of the most basic bitch questions that probably have easy answers. That I thank God that I am a very small person on YouTube. That way no stans can come at me. I do know that, speaking of which, Myth's debut 1-year anniversary is coming up soon, right? I think, if I remember right, Myth debuted on September 12th, right? So their 1-year anniversary is coming up in a couple weeks. That's gonna be interesting. Like, I know they're probably gonna be doing a lot of it, you know, reflecting back on the year that they've had and the times that they've shared and all that. Like, that I'm not gonna be surprised by. But I do kind of wonder if they've got something, like, special planned for it, you know? Because, I know that, the 5th generation, which was, 5th generation, which was, of Japanese talent, before Myth, like, I actually heard that, that Hololive decided to debut Myth a month after Generation 5 debuted, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? And I think if I remember right, that was also around the time they were still reeling from the loss of, Aloe, right? So wow. I mean, granted, I'm not blaming Myth for that at all. Like, I'm pretty sure they were like, listen, we gotta follow orders. But that is ridiculous. I mean, I am glad that everything worked out in the end, but still, like, that's kind of ridiculous. To debut, like essentially 10 different people within the span of a month. You know, it's like you basically did not give the 5th generation time to breathe. I don't know, it's just like, holy crap. I do hope that, I'm trying to remember, did they, I think with ID Gen 2, they debuted earlier this year, right? Or am I remembering wrong? I don't know. I do hope that they do slow, like, I do hope that they slow down on the debut stuff. Because it's like, listen, you already got a shit ton of talent under your belt, Hololive. Please slow down. I mean, granted, I don't know how the process goes for, like, selecting talent and then getting them set up, but it's like, it has to take months, right? So it's like, it's like, that's too much work. But, I feel like, you know, so it's like, so I feel like, I know that, Myth got their first outfit reveals earlier this year. Their 1-year anniversary is coming up. I'm kind of wondering if, like, you know, who's gonna, like, here's a question. Who's gonna be the first girl to get a 3D model, to get a 3D debut? I honestly would not be surprised if it would be Gura, because, I mean, Gura is at, like, 3 million subscribers, right? Like, and isn't that a goal of Hololives that, like, once you reach, like, a certain, like, a milestone, you get a 3D model? Like, I feel like it would, I mean, I don't know what, I feel like there was something for 100,000 subscribers and then 1 million subscribers. And I know for a fact that Gura, Callie, and Kiara, I think, are all at 1 million. I think Ina and Amelia are close behind. But, honestly, I think honestly, I think, like, the first girl to get a 3D debut is probably gonna be Gura. Like, she's hit that fucking goal. Oh yeah, I know for a fucking fact Gura has the most subs in Hololive. Like, she's got 3 million. Like, who is in the second most category? Is it Pecora? Is it Pecora? But yeah, I definitely think Gura's gonna be the first girl from Myth to get a 3D debut. And god, I think the moment her 3D debut stream happens, that's probably gonna be that's probably gonna break the view count record for most viewed live stream ever. Cause people can be nuts. Alright, I gotta go put my ice cream up, and then after that we'll be back to Ace Attorney. And yes, I know I haven't muted my mic yet. But, I'm trying to think, is Gura also the most super chatted idol of Hololive, or is that, one of the Japanese talents? Oh yeah, I also forgot that Myth also had to deal with, Coco's graduation. I forgot about that. Alright, I'll be right back. There we go. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's stop talking about VTubing and get back to what we were doing. Because we got a long, long trial ahead of us. Oh, shit. I forgot to retweet the thing. Fuck. There we go. All right. Now let's get started. All right. Wait. Oh. I just saved again. You know what? It's fine. Alright. Alright. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Alright. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all,
The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So, how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
Don't you need to have your lawyer present for that?
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Lana! Don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky. Miss Sky. Hmm?
We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Uh-oh. There we go. I was like, where's my headphones?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Actually, I kind of wonder, has anyone in Hololive streamed Ace Attorney? I know none of English have. I don't think anyone in Japanese have either. I don't believe Indonesian either. I think the closest they got was the Henry Stickmin scene of Ace Attorney. Alright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? Is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
Excuse me. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh shit, here we go. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Yeah, cause now we gotta do this voice. Will the witness please state his name and occupation for the record?
Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir! What the fuck?
Nice job.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You gotta believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is... Sir! I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir! I'm a millennial! I think this game takes place in 2019. So he would be a millennial. Or at least a very young millennial. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend! Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir!
Oh my god, okay. Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir!
Give us your report of the crime. consider that in order.
Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! Sure, fuck! After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir!
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Oh my god. Witness testimony. Crime report, sir! God. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. I murdered his bitch ass. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Until I murdered his bitch ass. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto to others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir! Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
Hello, sir! This is what I mean when I think I might need to turn the mic down a little bit. Oh, hello. It's fine. I'm not gonna die. Crime report, sir. Alright. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Chota! Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! Oh, God. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Damn.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir! The Blue Badger? Yes, sir! The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir! This fucking freaky thing. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process! That was my sole mission for the day, sir! I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Chota! In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir! I have one right here around my neck! So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? I found it! This is the one right here! Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir! It's 4989596! That's my number, sir! Okay. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596... Oh! Is shown as being used twice! Oh?
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir! The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen!
Okay. That's good to know. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. Chotto! So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was!
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir! I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him! That's how I got this gash on my hand!
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked! I grabbed the man by his collar! And I swung his ass down! I fought for my life, then I did it. Chata!
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir! The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him!
You took his knife?
I spun him around to perform a disarming maneuver! I made sure to close my eyes like a man!
I, see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then, the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir!
Damn. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
Chota!
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious!
Oh. Right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too! I woke up crying tears of pain! That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. Shut up, Judge. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir!
Your mission?
Yes, sir! The Blue Badger, sir! I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand!
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
Excuse me.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief delivered it?
What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir! That's absolutely right, sir! A videotape, sir! It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room! Igiari.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Damn, that's not even Edgeworth's fault. He literally was doing his job, and he's like, well... Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh boy. Alright, I'm kind of scared of this, because this might slow everything down. Oh! Please stop using that word, murder, sir! It scares me!
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Alright, prepare for some slowdown, because I think this might fuck up. Alright, so... February 21st, 5:14 and 32... Oh, okay, at 5:14.
La la. La 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 la.
Alright, so there's the man. And of course, his face is conveniently hidden. There goes the glove. By the way, you might have noticed that that locker had its light on already. Alright, so there's Meekins going in to see who that man is. They, of course, start getting into a tussle. There's the knife. And, of course, he gets tackled. There's the blood. Well, here goes that. There's Meekins. The locker is open. But look at that. There's something sticking out of that locker.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that?
Wow, I think that's the first time you see Edgeworth curse. Holy crap. That's kind of neat. I mean, granted, that is the perfect response to that. Alright.
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir! That is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir!
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Alright, so we got the videotape.
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity happened.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! Worcestershire.
Alright, Mystery Man. Witness testimony. Okay. Have a good night. Thank you. Alright.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it! What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start.
Alright, cross-examination. Alright. Chopta! His face can't be clearly seen with the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir! If you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as... the latter?
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him! I'd bet my badge on it!
But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir.
Chota!
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Oh! Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins.
Ah!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir!
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was the Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do.
Chota!
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir! I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too!
The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
Chota!
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it.
Chota!
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir! If I may say something, sir! Please do. After all, you're the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security photo? Yes. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction? Iggyati.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Sexy son of a bitch.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence.
Okay.
I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? Me asking the 90% of cops.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates this may not be Detective Goodman?
Okay. Alright. Alright, I want to say this, right? Okay, so I was right. I had to check the walkthrough just to make sure.
Could I?
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir! Do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh, my back is killing me. Let's hope I can get this over and done with quick. Okay. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Oh my god. And of course you can't skip through this. I never wanted to die from this video, 'cause the music is terrifying. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit! It's lit!
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Well, there goes his neck again. Time to crack my neck 360.
Alright. Order! Order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Iggyati.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked.
Mr. Wright, please point out this contradiction. Alright.
Oh my god, you gotta hold the fucking thing? Alright. Hello? What is that? Could I? Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
My god. Why do we have to go through this? What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir! It's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open, sir! I often fall out and roll great distances when I shut my car.
Iggy, shut the fuck up, Meekins. We can't be sure.
That item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Oh my god.
How many times do we have to watch this? Like, this is gonna artificially lengthen the stream.
This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir! It's just like with my tie! 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir! Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me!
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator! But at the crime scene...
There just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir! By insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
The glove. As soon as I can get to it.
Could I?
I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
How the fuck did you not see it? It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir! It would appear so, sir! Ah!
Order! 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 So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Iggy.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Okay.
Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir!
Is this a joke?
Is this a joke?
Oh, my nose is so itchy.
Very well, begin your testimony.
Alright, Mystery Man 2.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
That's a good point.
The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
Oh, my ass. Alright, cross-examination. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. Chotto! So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir! Solid as stone, sir! If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the Viva Victory sign, sir!
Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
That's a good point. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Chotto! Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir! This card right next to my cuffs, sir! I keep it here so I won't ever forget it!
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it.
Chotto!
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
Yes.
So it is, Your Honor.
That's not good, Edgeworth.
Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this, being a... Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. He'll kill you.
You've got the wrong color, kid.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
For what? Listen, I was ordered.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him.
Listen, man, I gotta listen to this at the way home. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Chotto! Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir! He didn't show me any ID card, sir!
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked!
You don't panic with a knife!
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got.
Wait, do we? What do I have in my evidence? Let me check.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Now the tiredness is starting to hit me. Let me check this. Okay. Alright, time to consult the walkthrough.
Whoops. A Meekin's second, third, or fourth statement present Goodman's ID or Goodman's lost item report. Oh yeah, that's right. Third, fourth, and second, third, or fourth. Okay.
Iggy!
Yeah, cause why? Yeah, cause it was in the parking lot.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir! I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something has to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought.
Oh my thighs.
The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo! Babe, what are you doing?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes. What's he up to?
That being the case, then we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well, is it, babe?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Well. It seems you've finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Ah, shit! Welp, I stuck my dick in the hornet's nest. Fucking great.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Damn it, I fucking love you, but I hate you at the same time, babe.
the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright! You have to do something or else Lana...
Turn the case around! Okay.
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess?
Iggyati! One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. Oh my god. The security video did not show the actual murder. God, I need to wake up. Is to turn your thinking around. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance.
Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then. Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify,
What is his or her name? Texas Ranger, motherfucker.
Could I?
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while this witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Alright. February 24th, 11:32 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Alright.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out yet.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything! Emma. You always know everything! Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you!
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Sorry. Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh! 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 Oh, you mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? What the fuck, lady? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma! But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana! This SL9 incident! Is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
The... Joe Dark... No. No, Lana! That's over with!
Oh.
Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. I gotta go. This is awkward.
Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file. Let's do that real quick. Alright. Incident number SL9. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall! Oh, okay! Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana and Emma Skye. And then executive investigators were Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. And regular investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. Oh, okay! Alright. Oh, God. To be continued. We're not done yet, folks. Got a little bit more to go. Da-da-bum. Yes. Alright, I'm gonna get the cushion real quick. I did bring it over. Oh, fuck. There we go. Ow. Alright, there we go. Oh, my thighs feel so much better. Okay. God, I need a better chair. Okay. Alright. February 24th, 12:14 p. Oh, fuck. 14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Oh, shit, Emma's not back yet. That's not good. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Well, Bambina. Well, here we go. Okay. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Drinking his alcohol. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman! Don't call me that despicable name. As for my name, if you'll listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. Calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. I think he's more of a dashing wind himself. Myself. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. No can do. Listen, you failed out of Red Dead Redemption. Alright, witness testimony day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway.
If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
I'm sorry if my voice for Jake is a little bit on the lower side. I think my throat's starting to give out.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Mr. Prospector.
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I don't want to deal with his ass.
Oh, God. Alright, cross-examination.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard.
Chota!
How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
Oh my god, so melodramatic. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Chota!
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know joined the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime...
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Excuse me, I had a little bit of phlegm.
Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Chota!
You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Wait a minute. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism.
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite, incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the case. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Chota! What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Damn right. He would be the kind of person. He would be the kind of person that go, damn right, I didn't abandon my duties to eat some pasta. Oh my god, not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
Fuck no. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want a raise this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Chota! Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan on pinning me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Okay, what do I have in terms of evidence? I'm gonna consult the walkthrough, because I really don't want to spend more time on this than is necessary, you know? Fourth or fifth statements, okay. No! Shit! Sorry, everything just fell apart. Okay. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Igiotti! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Alright. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. Igiotti. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Now you listen here, you no good Billy son of a bitch.
Witness, what's the meaning of this?
Shit.
Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene.
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. What? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints.
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Alright. Alright. Okay.
Witness testimony, bloodstained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. With my bow and knife, I'll stick you with it.
Cross-examination. God, I kind of want to ask Gary's opinion on this. They love Red Dead Redemption, so I'm kind of wondering, like, would this dude fit, or would he be like a yellow bill son of a bitch? Alright, like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. Chota! That's because you... how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right.
That, and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said.
That locker's mine.
That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
Damn. I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Locker.
I don't know. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it.
Oh. Marshall's... okay. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Chota! So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened.
The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Chota! The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? 'Cause you are a coward.
The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Chota! Unrelated?
They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
Or serialized numbers.
He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what hominins have to do with this, Your Honor. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Chota! How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Alright. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Oh my fucking lord. Everything's just going topsy-turvy here. There. Chota! What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. Igiotti! But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Igiotti.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Shit, I don't fucking know. Oh, that's right. Show evidence. Please give me that. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
I'm just gonna fast forward real quick. I'm sorry if I sound a little bit out of it. I am tired. So I just want to get through this as quick as possible. Because I am uncomfortable, and I don't think it's helping. And I don't think the discomfort is helping the tiredness, you know? Okay. Look at that. Cry! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. What do you want, you son of a bitch? The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Alright. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh my god, why do we do this? And you can't fast forward through this.
Oh, the white cloth! It's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Bleh.
Order! Order! It would seem that that's the only—
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine.
I think he's realizing what he fucked up on.
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
'Cause you are.
This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it.
Oh, they'll shoot you for that in Texas.
Oh my god. Could I? Fingerprint Sansa? Look at that jerky. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. Oh my fuck. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. That word.
Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself!
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole! Please answer the question!
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Right here. Could I? Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Iggy.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Igiotti! May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir!
Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me!
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman.
Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your bill, but you don't see me complaining. So, leave off it.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
I'm gonna bring up the walkthrough. Ah, okay.
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Ah! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
I see you're in a bit of help. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics?
For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Go crazy.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
Okay.
Just gonna fast forward. Do 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 do. Bum 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 da 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 da. Do 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 Cry! Alright. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Worthy opponent. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. You piece of shit. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Alright, shut the fuck up. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. It seems the time has come. Witness testimony, Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you? But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright. We should be getting to the end of this, which is good. Alright, cross-examination. Alright, Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Chotto! When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with a transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Chotto!
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card.
I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, I knocked him out. Chota! You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife?
It's right here.
Oh, you mean this one? Oh my god. Guess we can test it for blood.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and
managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. Chota! So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. Like a babe.
So what you're saying is, on that day,
there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Whoops, I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. I meant to press it. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. Listen, I'll get to that in a moment, just give me a fucking day. There we go. Chota! But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Oh boy.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense! Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. Marshall's like, you really think I give a damn about that? I died that day. Can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Chotto! But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. Alright, yeah. Shut up. We know what it is. Iggyati! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
Iggy! But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial! Iggy!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But...
There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. Shut the fuck up, Marshall! Says Phoenix.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
That's my response!
Thank you very much. I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. But I didn't realize I would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Hold it! Hold it! Your Honor! Wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Excuse me.
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney trying to fight for your sister's case!
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh, fuck!
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright! I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Time to consult the guide. Could there be something I'm missing? I object. Igiotti! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
The blue badger. Could I? Oh, that's son of a bitch. Okay, we are approaching the end. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
What? Why was he still up here?
So that means... Just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood tracers were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me! I didn't put it there!
Mr. Wright, think it through as scientifically.
Emma!
On that afternoon,
Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Wait a minute. So that means that the blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered!
Iggy!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Iggy! The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Iggy!
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
Could I? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to have entered it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card?
Oh!
The ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at...
Let's see here. 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m.
Ah! Ah!
Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777777.
Talk about a lucky number.
Shut up, Jake!
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777, the quadruple, the septuplet 7.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777, septuplet 7.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number septuple 7 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Igiotti! But that's ridiculous! Just how—
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, holy fuck.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries.
That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Igiotti.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it?
Okay. Let me ask a question, then. Yes.
No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Igiotti.
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not septuple 7.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SO9 incident. Oh, get ready for a plot twist, guys. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Whoops.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Uh-oh. What?
Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
Oops.
See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Welp. Order, okay, this is not good. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued! Yup. Alright. And that's the end of that. So, it turns out, Lana forged evidence. Alright. Let us get a new window up. Looks like we fucked up! Alright, getting the stuff mixed up. The stuff mixed up? Oh, God. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. Come on, YouTube. There we go, come on. Then, of course, I gotta bring up the live dashboard to... Oh, boy. I wish this track wasn't fire. All right. Huh? What just happened? Uh-oh, what's going on with what's going on right now? Sorry, I had to pause the music real quick. Seriously? Sorry, the music is acting really fucking weird. I did loop it, right? Yeah. Oh, I dropped frames, that's why. I didn't realize! I mean, listen, well then again, it's the end of the stream, it's fucking fine. Alright, so...
Oh, God. My back is killing me. Alright, so technically we only have 2 parts left for Case 5. However, we are not gonna... However, if we were to try to do, both the investigation and the trial in the next stream, this would end up being longer, and I don't want to go on more than 6 hours. So instead, we're going to divide that up into 2 parts. Meaning we will conquer the investigation in the first part of the trial in the next stream, and then we'll conquer the rest of the trial in the end of Case 5 in the stream after that. So, because I want... Excuse me. So because I want to, So because I want to... What's the word I'm looking for? So because I want to do a Halloween game for October, we are going to be doing 2 streams next month. So that would mean that the next stream would be the 12th of September. So in 2 weeks. We're doing that again. And then of course that would mean that the stream following that will be on the 26th. Just in time for October. And I think that's fine. Sorry, I'm currently checking stuff right now. Okay. But still, I hope everyone enjoyed that. Man, we're just getting more, like, Edgeworth is just getting more and more fucked. But yeah, it's like, Edgeworth is just getting more and more fucked. So I think at the end of this case, it's like, how much deep shit do people think he's gonna be in? So yeah. So yeah, so I think we're now about halfway through Case 5? Which is good. And hey, 380 drop frames in a 6-hour stream? I mean, that's pretty good. Especially since they were both at the especially since the points at which they occurred were both in the beginning and the end. And I appreciate that. But obviously we'll talk about the Halloween game or the horror game when we finish Case 5. So and then after that I'm gonna have to figure out a plan for the game that's I'm gonna play after that. Because obviously it's not gonna be Ace Attorney. Like, I'm gonna take a break from that. I guess there could be, like, it could be Chapter 2 of Your Turn to Die, finally, because it's been over a year since I played that. Or, it's close to a year, anyway. And I want to listen to more of that bumpin' main menu music. But, yeah, we'll figure that out later on. So, for now, hope everyone enjoyed that. I hope everyone enjoyed that. So, as I said before, the next Ace Attorney stream, which is Part 8, holy fuck, Part 8 of Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, will be on the 12th of September, at, of course, the same time, as always. So, yeah, I hope to see everyone there at the stream that Sunday, and I think that's about it, so have a good night. Stay safe out there. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. Please get vaccinated. Please. Just to get it over with and so you don't potentially die. And I'll see you all there on the 12th of September at 8. So good night, everybody.